All right, now I have audio. And seems to sound okay. Good morning again. Today, happy Friday, it's June 20th. Happy Juneteenth yesterday. It's 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am going to be putting Ubuntu on a virtual machine, install AmbuBot. I'm going to be revisiting some old projects, doing a whole bunch of little stuff, trying to work on my stream setup, trying to just stream my work and things and fun things more and more. Learning how to Twitch. And I have an okay setup. It's better than I've had it ever before, which is cool. Fun fact, I have 69 followers on Twitch over the last year of off and on streaming. Here I'm like, yeah, I have this awesome setup. I barely touched this mic stand and it just started coming at me. There we go. So first things first is, and I was like very careful to like go back, close some things and have everything I wanted up and ready. So I downloaded Ubuntu. I put Windows on, or I put Rufus on my Windows machine. I'm streaming from Windows. So I need to format this USB stick I have installed. I have the download. I'm going to burn it to there. And so this idea I have for applications on stream is this one right here. This is what I want to build. A browser-based, I don't know what, this thing doesn't have a name. These are games, Shape Up, Hacking Hermit Crabs, games that I had started on a game jam at one point that are like vanilla JS games. RIT is a Kotlin JS real-time distributed crazy Git idea. Kotlin Dev, HTML/Y is its own thing. Coin Current is its own thing. I'm going to delete that from here for now. HTML/Y is synced. R-synced. SQLite. Database. Actually, I'm just gonna put data over server-side events to connect with clients. And I am the CEO of HTML/Y. The idea I had probably about a year ago. I started messing with it a little bit. I started the initial work on it in Crystal. I'm gonna say, so like, started initial work a year ago as a Crystal SSD server, and decided that it is more of a spec or like an idea, spec idea, where anyone can implement HTML5. I can't control L on, this is Obsidian. We'll do dash here. We'll do this. Yeah. So those are some things. Applications on stream. This is my things I want to be doing. I also want to do OBS dev. And I want to do Linux desktop stuff. Anyhow, I downloaded Ubuntu. I have this. I don't have this art. It had to. Hold on. Let me switch to this, my editor view here. I'm going to look at somewhere I thought I had this Rufus up, but it needed an update. Apparently Rufus is running somewhere. Yeah, here we go. So Rufus is running right here. For now, I'll do this. Excuse me. So, I have my, one device found. Good, because the USB port is plugged into is a little funny. I didn't know if it would pick that up. That's what I want. Partition scheme. So how do I select this thing? Change the application language, show information, show application settings, show the log. I can't click start. Select or download. I want to select it. No. This is why I want this Ubuntu installed, because I want, like how I just opened select and it's like shows my file system. Like there's nothing there. It's, I'm worried about, but oh, advanced format options, quick format, okay, status, it's ready. No image selected. Just select. Oh, please select. Oh, is it an all-in-one? Like, it wants the ISO and then it'll format it? Okay, I'll switch to editor. Check. I think I need to turn some treble up or something on my mic. It could be my headphones or I'm not for sure. All right, I won't mess with it. Select my image. I want to be able to also, using like VirtualBox, I'd kind of rather use something else, but I mean, it's always, like I like Puppy Linux. I want to switch between like, do like Puppy Linux stuff, have stuff on there, but like have 2 or more operating systems and virtual machines running that I can have like switch between on stream, like have servers running that are on the on a VM on stream. I'm gonna switch this song. This is one of 2 that on we're gonna go back to this one. I'm actually gonna go back to the beginning of this mix. This is royalty-free progressive house EDM songs volume 2 playing on Spotify. Okay. So now I can go back to display. Here we go. So I have my Ubuntu ISO. Yeah, write it, format it. Yep. Hell yeah. I haven't had it, so doing USB formatting and ISO writing and reading can be super straightforward on Linux. Just sometimes it's not. It just depends on, like I used to use like a package that was just like USB image writer and USB image reader, like from the, like, I don't know, Debian store or like Ubuntu store. I think like last spring, it wasn't up to date with, it wasn't up to date. So I don't know. Anyhow, so this Rufus program is pretty awesome. So that's copying over. In the meantime, this is DivJot. This is my awesomely plain live web editor. The other day, I started this 13 years ago, and the other day I started wanting to make updates to it. I wanted to add syntax highlighting with highlight.js. Never got it working. And I'm looking at doing Phaser.js, learning Phaser.js for games and other fun browser things. I actually want to use they have some WebGL plugins, even though it's mainly for 2D, and I want to use it for some non-game things, particularly with some like camera and eye face stuff. So kind of super into that. This learn page is boom. This getting started page probably needs refreshed. I can close this localhost page. Apparently I need to refresh every one of these, or Chrome is just shitting out right now. Sorry for the crazy bright screen. I'm looking at OBS right now. I have this. Oh, That just opens my Restream dashboard. Weird. I have no clue why just Chrome just like stopped. Like loading websites. What the hell? Like, what the hell is going on? So like any page I go to, okay, we have this one, this refresh. All right, I'm gonna leave it there. I started going through their very first game tutorial, and I was doing it here in Big Dot. Why is this? Is it because of this writing the disk on here? Is it this copying files like that slow? Oh, well, it is writing to this external USB stick. Well, that's fun. If I switch to editor, do I have an editor? Yeah. So we'll do this. Okay, so I'm going to create a new thing here. So I don't know what to call this. Browser-based video. So here's the idea. In OBS, you have a scene, right? And that's like, you know, and then scenes have sources. And for visual effects, you have plugins and things. And you know, there's website, streaming. This is my favorite. Anyhow, there's websites, you know, it's like you can include all this stuff and have all this stuff. So my idea is that you have just a window source that's a browser. That's a browser window. That is whatever this thing is called, and it has your camera input, and then basically you have any/every web technology available to to make that video scene crazy awesome, right? And this could also include API calls. And so this then leads to like dashboard and set of built-in tool settings, defaults, effects, etc. This is my favorite right here. So basically, web page loads your camera. You have a scene like full screen. You could have a canvas and like all this interactive stuff going on, and it's just your. So this is the fun thing that I want to work on and build. Let me check on this. 35% on Ubuntu. I probably will, and start calling this like super ADD programming. It's like, yep, while my Ubuntu ISO is burning, I'm starting to plan this out. I want to download or clone in my repos for these two things, and also there's another one, Syntax Blast. There's actually a couple more. There's another game that I want to do in Phaser.js, the Pizza Kingdom. Phaser. Can I just ignore? Can you just ignore this? Add to dictionary. Add JS to dictionary. Add SQLite to dictionary. We'll just say sync because that's necessarily have to be rsync for that. Alright. So I won't clone all these down right now. What I think that while this Ubuntu is burning, we're gonna add etc. to dictionary. I'm gonna start this. I need to name it something. Name. You know, your browser scene, source tools. And this is mainly like, it doesn't have to be camera, but that's what I want to use it for. I want to have like a media player and like with Canvas, where you build your like a scene that is a source for OBS or whatever other streaming tool, software, or website. And I didn't realize that I'm not showing all this that I'm talking about. There we go. Applications on stream. So what do I want to call this thing? Stream browser tools. Browser stream tools. I should get rid of the word browser. Browse scene. Scene tools. Scene magic. Maestro. Scene Maestro. So I have this editor shown as this is application source, and if I change it, it is going to mess up something. So okay, I know what I'll do. We're just gonna do, I have it on display. We're just doing a new window here. So, starting a project. Yeah, I'm in VS Code. I think I created a streaming directory. Yeah, for apps that I'm doing on, it's like, on some machines I have like 40 something repos and like a dev. Another machine I have like everything. And then I make a contributing, like all caps contributing directory within, like it'd be like dev, contributing, dev, work, dev, categories of repos. And so like contributing is like something I clone down and to make it, contribute to open source or just something else open source I'm using that I want to study it. I'll put it in contributing. This way they're not all flat on in the same directory. So what are you going to call this? Get init browser. It's not a browser tool. It's not scene tool. Stream browser tab. Tab stream tools. So it's tools that are in a browser tab for streaming. And it's like effects and like cool stuff you can do. It's a lab. There's like stream labs or whatever. It is like a scene lab. We're calling it scene lab. We're just calling it scene lab. Get in it, scene lab. Change directory to scene lab. And get branch dash capital M main, right? I'm going to, please GitHub, don't make me log in. New repository, scene lab. Browser based stream scene tools. Stream scene tools. In the browser. It can be public, no readme, none of that. Create. So yeah, new project. Add my remote. Copy. remote, get remote, origin, and we're gonna do touch. So this is how I'll do it. Touch, readme, dot markdown, touch, license, touch. Yeah, eat your heart out, like code scaffolding tools. Touch, readme, license. We'll do that, and we're gonna do make directory source. We're also gonna touch to do dot or notes dot text. I like having that. Touch get ignore. Ever spell get ignore wrong and wonder why files aren't being ignored? Touch dot get ignore. Notes dot text. I really should. Yeah, I'm gonna develop some of this right in DivJot also. And I need to get DivJot where I can embed it. It is embeddable. You know, I've had that. Like you can inject it into a page. And actually, I had a script. I'd plop it in the browser console, and it would overlay it on any website. So imagine having like CodePen, like just drop CodePen into any website. It's kind of what DivJot is also. Anyhow, index. So we're gonna just do. Oh, I did create source. We'll just cd to source. Touch index.html. Style.css. Okay, let me start this right, and then so within source we're going to do make directory JS CSS. We're going to touch JS slash scenelab.js. We're also going to touch CSS. We're doing style.css, and then we're going to do CSS slash scenelab. So style is going to be for like style is going to be for like the main page itself and tool, like, so then scenelab is going to be more like the tooling itself. So there is some separation there. So maybe scenelab has like themes, right? And so like themes overwrite what's in scenelab. But then so the main style CSS is like base things, and then scenelab is for the tools. But then themes overwrite the styles in scenelab and can be user defined. So we're going to do that, and we're going to do make directory themes, CSS/themes. And then I'm just going to put one file in there as a proof of concept thing, is themes dash we're going to call this default theme, so it's explicit. Default theme.css. Boom, 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 boom. So everything in source, you got CSS, index HTML. I think what tree dot. Oh, tree not found. I'm not even gonna Google right now. So I'm gonna switch to this scene real quick, and on the one editor I was on, file, open folder. In here, the Ubuntu build is write to USB is probably done. Stream Scene Lab. Scene Lab's the only. I think I have two stream directories. I have one that's like streaming under a different thing, but Scene Lab is the only directory in here. Okay. Did it just, hold on, open in yet another window? How many VS Code windows do I have now? Oh shit. Didn't realize that. This one, so now I just have two. Control Shift tilde, bam, bam. And now I can switch back to here. All right. So Scene Lab, I made a get ignore, a license, a notes, boom. Under notes, I'm gonna put CSS and put style.css is for the main page. Scene Lab .css is for the like tooling. Like features, like I don't know, tooling and features. And then themes overwrite the defaults in of Scene Lab. I'm glad I came up with the name Scene Lab because it just feels right. Save my note, jump back over to here, give this thing a name. Hey, did this finish? Yeah, this is ready. So it formatted, it says ready. It already did the thing. So I can close this. And here I have VirtualBox. I'm gonna delete this. How do I delete this? Remove. Delete all files. Yeah, I never did anything with this one. Do I want to add or new? Name and operating system. Ubuntu. save it in there. ISO image is on. Okay, I have one on a USB stick. That's just for because I'm going to dual boot. Here's the one that's still in my download. Ooh, I don't want this one. This is not the one I want. I want to, let me go back to this editor scene so I find the one that I put in, yeah, I'm excited. We have Ubuntu, doing some Ubuntu setup and Puppy Linux and stuff, and servers running on my Windows machine. OSISO. Say that 10 times fast. Boom, that's the one I want. I can go back to this now. It'd be fun to like get like BSD and or like, you know, IBM OS2 and stuff and try to run that stuff. And like, not that the IBM stuff is fringe, but like, you know, almost like some fringe stuff. DOSBox, all, you know, it's like another one. What does unattended install mean? It just sets up some things. Ooh. Okay, name an operating system. Why is this not letting me go to finish yet? Invalid username and password. Username. Hacker 492. We're gonna do editor view. When checked, headless boot with no GUI will be enabled for unattended of guest OS installation of newly created version. I don't care about that. Hardware, fine. Okay, so we can switch to this base memory. Oh, what is this at? Okay. I want to give it. I mean, I want to give it some RAM. 2 CPUs. EFI for OSs only, for special OSs only. Oh, and then the size, 25 gig. You know what? One time I had an Ubuntu partition. It wasn't like running as a VM. I had a partition, and I had only partitioned it at like 30 gigs and used it a bunch. And eventually, I like went to like npm install something, and like complete kernel panic, out of memory error, and I had like all these dependencies. I had like 15 gigs of node module directories. Anyhow, I think I'm gonna make this a little larger. I don't know how much space I have. I think 50. I can increase it another time. I'm gonna get back to doing. I was feeling good about the CMAB. Finish. And so this is powering it up. It's going to be running an install. So on this, I'm going to do like that, and then this. I have my editor open over here. Okay. I can make this full screen now. I don't care about Rufus anymore. I have this. I always forget whether it's lowercase or uppercase U, but copy, we'll do that. The README, I'm literally just going to do Scene Lab. Create, and run awesome video and streaming scenes in your browser. Create and run awesome video and streaming scenes in your browser. Tools to create, run, and operate awesome video and streaming scenes in your browser. So, you know, you have your OBS scenes you build and all this. So this would just be like, just stream that browser tab, or window as a scene source in OBS or other software or platform. I don't wonder if like Streamlabs or like River. I wonder if you can stream a source from another browser tab like that. I don't know, but I'm building this somewhat for myself, and other people might find it cool. And here's the purpose. By streaming your video. Well, since you don't even have to stream your video, you could do overlays, video, and other sources. I don't want to say, because I don't want to do audio through the web audio, other visual sources. As a scene from a browser tab. I don't think this needs a comma, right? By streaming video and other visual sources as a scene from a browser tab, the entire the power of what did I say in the here? Settings default effect. Yeah. Any and every web technology available to make the video seem crazy awesome. The power of every web technology is available to make seems crazy awesome. I'm going to say we're going to do up, over, back, home, back. think, you know, CSS libraries, JS, WebGL, networking / API calls. We're not even going to say CSS libraries. We're just going to say think CSS, JS, WebGL, networking, API calls, like HTML canvases, like etc. So that's the README. I just got a weird text that I don't like. All right. Nothing but personal things. Somebody's having health things. So that's the README. Notes. I'm gonna go grab an MIT license. I'm gonna switch to this editor soon. Yeah, give me a license file. Well, you know what? I like adding the license in through the GitHub UI. I don't know what I might want in the git ignore yet, and then so source. Under CSS, we have our themes directory, and then we have style CSS, scenelab.css, scenelab.gss. Okay. I don't want to use Tailwind. There is, what is it? What's the super crazy minimal CSS library that's like the same default? The awesome minimal CSS lib. Is it Pico? Semantic, syntax, responsive and elegant by default. Yeah, superpowered HTML reset. So I'm going to do this, and I'm just going to add it as a, here, I'm going to go to their website. Is this Pico CSS? This is, boom, there we go. Style sheet, href equals that. And link it to the head of your website. Here's the CDN. You can use this. So for now, I'm using this. So I'm going to bust out, I'm just going to start is, boom. Let's see if do I have? No, I don't have like emit. Check this out. Extensions. We're going to do HTML emit, HTML snippet, emit inline HTML, emit commands. Yeah. Wait, this is a menu of emit actions. Keyboard shortcuts to emit. Is emit just built into? Is it just built into VS Code? You used to just be able to do HTML tab. Maybe I'm used to. New keyboard setting for 145,000 people downloads. I don't want this. Inside ES6 template string. Screw this. We're starting. Hold on. Let me switch something. Let me do this. I would just type this stuff out like boom, like raw from scratch. But I always like to get the meta things right first. So I'm grabbing something from somewhere really quick. All it is the meta name equals viewport, device width, initial scale, all that. Oh, I know what I was trying. I know what I was messing up. Why I thought emit wasn't working. Is if you do, if I do new here and just do doc type, does that work? Nah, I don't know. I had some tool before, like boom, web page. So yeah, I copied that from Bootstrap, but I'm not using Bootstrap. I just know that's where I go. So I want this link for their Pico CSS, their CDN. Why do people write format something like that? Like, look, they have it. Oh, Ubuntu's running. It's copying files still. Let me do that first. Copying files. Yeah. Why would you do this? Do I want this tool to have an npm, a node module? I think I'm going to eventually want that. Oh, look, they gave. Let me grab this one. They have. Actually, I just want this meta name. Because they do some stuff here. I want this meta name. And then I want their little So it's just body main container. Okay. And you just have body. Why don't I have HTML auto? Oh, it's because it thinks it's a Django template. Because body main, we're doing header. Actually, what do they have? Container. Main class equals container. Main dot, you do main dot container. Boom, 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 boom. I'm not adding the style sheet link, or I'm not adding. We'll do this one as it commented out. So for later, be in like a dependencies folder, whatever. All right. Main class equals that. Outside of my main, what did they have? They don't have like a header. Do I need a header? It's a tool. You don't want this like, ooh, this is Scene Lab stuff on your thing. It's just literally an empty page. One thing I do know that I want right away is a canvas with ID, Scene Lab. We're going to call it Scene Lab main. Right? And I know that you don't want the whole thing to be, the whole page to be the canvas. So it's like you have your tools around, right? And then you have your Scene Lab. So here we're going to do this. We're going to do section ID Scene Lab tools, and you can show and hide these. So you can only stream your like scene. And show hide these for only streaming scene. So you have a canvas, you have the tools. Maybe you have some menu, but I'm like, that doesn't even make sense for now. I know that. So I want a container though for, do you have a section of tools? So outside of this, wrapping this canvas, I want section ID is a default theme. Go down here, grab this line, cut, over, please. I'm just gonna plop in here like a little paragraph. Default theme. And we're gonna do here. Wonder how Pico works more now. Paragraph tools. Okay, and up here I'll at least do. We've got to have at least a cool logo. We'll do nav, and you can show and hide this. Can show hide these for stream. Copy that, comment, go to here, and show hide these for and show hide nav. And show hide nav. I almost forgot what I was calling it, whether it was scene lab or scene. I almost typed scene nav. Scene lab nav. And dude, I'm just doing like nav. Boom, I have web page. Single empty line at end of file. Style.css. Oh, here in index. We want Pico after mine or ours. We're doing link style sheet. Href is CSS slash stuff. You know what, we'll add all these. CSS slash. I remember when you didn't have autocomplete for file directories and stuff. It's like you just had to know and type. So next you have scene lab. It's gonna come next, and CSS slash themes default stuff. And I'm just now realizing that I want Pico as this, like, you know, it's a reset. It goes at the top. Okay. And we're here. Not that it's not self-explanatory. We're doing scene lab. Here in a few minutes, I'm going to take a break and get coffee and stuff. All right, so yeah, I have an HTML file. CSS is linked. Oh yeah, in here, I'm going to do background color 111, color of font, universal color of font, EEE, but then it's like I have this color that I use for things. what did I call? How's come? Oh, I was hitting home and end and not page. Page up, page down. Scene Lab tools. I'm gonna actually, so I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Yeah, scene dash lab dash tools style. Scene lab nav. Here's my ID element. Why are these? Do not use empty rule set. Screw you. Scene lab nav tools default theme, and then scene lab main for my canvas. It's gonna be a good Friday. Not that kind of good Friday. Good Friday. Scene lab tools or scene lab main is the canvas. This width, minimum width, 100 viewport width. So this is the thing with Scene Lab main. This is this main scene that you're, like, that's what you're seeing. You're not going to have nav, tools. Your thing is going to be like completely full screen. So, but that's the canvas, right? That's not necessarily what I don't know. I don't know yet. So for now, we're just going to do min height 500 pixels. We're going to give it a border of solid, like 3 pixels. Number, here I can use my color, 00AFCC. So Scene Lab main, wait, I have this wrong. It's the canvas. This is going to be Scene Lab main canvas. Default scene is my section where I want this thing 100%, 100%. This one. So this is what I want. Copy default scene at 100 VH. We're gonna, for now, we're gonna do 90. Oh no, this is width. We're doing mid height here, 90 VH. But then the canvas is 100 wide, 500 tall. With the canvas there, bam. Nav, height, 50 pixels. Scene Lab tools comes after nav. It doesn't matter in here, but I like it. Like actually does follow the hierarchy of the page layout. weird little thing. Tools. Just tools height has like I don't know, I'm gonna build this as I make things, like little menus and things, like, 25 pixels. No. Like 25 VH. This one also has a border of solid, what do I call the other one? 3 or 4 pixels, 3 pixels, 3 pixels, 008 FCC. Is this what you call vibe coding? Because I have not looked at any of the output of any of this yet. That's like, so boom. I have 24 lines of CSS. Save. Default theme. Hold on, let me switch to something real quick. I've got to get up in a minute. I've been sitting. All right. I was looking at Pico again, so yeah, I want to look at, yeah. Ooh, so Pico does have built-in color schemes. Customization. How do you do layout? Containers, container fluid. Ooh, I know I want a container fluid for the default theme. Container or that's what I want. It's like grid. How do you do column? Yo, grid, div. Hell yeah, just div. No crazy, nothing too crazy. Default theme .css. I'm just putting something in these files because I'm going to push up the commit. Scenelab.css. Default Scenelab style. Boom. Scenelab.js. I don't know what I want to ignore yet. I'll add license and get ignore. All right, so one thing I want to do is add, where's index? Default scene has I gave it an ID. Class equals container fluid. So this is like, boom, the whole scene. I add this as a comment. This is the entire user's scene. It's like, I'm not going to get to the taxonomy or the nomenclature around it there in comments right now. I'm going to save this and commit my stuff. Git add all, git commit, initial, setup, and idea started. Sure. Push -u origin main. I still always want to type master. If I switch to GitHub, I've got to get up in a minute. Here I created this repository here. Scene lab, boom, there's my repo. If I do add a file, create a new file, if you just do license, doesn't it give you, yep, choose a license template. Thanks, GitHub. Sure, I'll just start them. MIT, year, full name, the full name or username of the repository owner. It's a license file. I'm not putting my handle in there. Okay. Review and submit. Whoa. Yeah. Commit changes. Update license. Add an IT license. Commit directly to the main branch. Hell yeah. And then switch to here. Get pulp. Boom, I have my one change. Clear. Now, I could just pull this thing up, file. Let's add a new terminal window here. And we're going to run Python -m http.server. Do I need to switch to source? Yeah, I think so. It'll find the index file, but I think it would work without it. It'll look around the directories, but whatever. Python -m http.server 4001. Sure. Let me switch something. Boom, go to this. Boom, boom. Oh. Yo. I know it's so silly, but boom. We've seen lab. Default theme. Default theme needs a border. Tools has a border. But so now I can just jump in. Look, default theme doesn't have my border. I gave Scene Lab Tools a bulk order. Scene Lab main and default scene. Hold on. Default scene is the section. Scene Lab main canvas is the canvas. That's right. So, dash canvas. This one's getting a little bit of lime action instead. For this wrap, our main canvas, min 100, and the height of the canvas is this. So you have a canvas. You can inject this canvas. You can script the canvas. This can actually be useful pretty quickly. Like, what'd be wild is, like, as I code this out, is I could create the scene of it already, of that tab. So boom, default scene. Look at this, extra wide. Don't want that. Oh, I know why. So canvas is at 100 VW and it's inside default scene, and there's this margin or padding, and so this green is the canvas. So what if I just take, for now, hey, Ubuntu's ready. I don't have a password. I didn't make, oh yeah, I did. Hell yeah. So on here today, I'm going to be installing Omnicube on the fresh Ubuntu install and running in VirtualBox. Welcome. Oh. I'll just screw that up. Oh, it won't let, I lost my auto keyboard capture. I forget what, just escape. I forget how to get my keyboard capture back. Close the window? Sure, for now. So we're just gonna comment that line out now. Eventually I want it, like, the whole thing I think should be a canvas. Maybe. Boom, refresh. See, now my canvas is only here. So here's my video. So really quick, we're gonna do Mozilla MDN camera capture. Do you output your camera to, we're going to do MDN camera capture. I'm Googling MDN camera capture, or let's say camera capture to canvas or video element. Which is better? I don't know. I'm reading really quick. That's interesting. Yeah, there's some capture JS libraries for doing, like, but I don't want that. I already can create capture and image functions. P5 have these. P5JS is awesome. I'm opening that link. I haven't heard of P5 for a while, and, like, seeing that as one of these top links on here is kind of. So let's see what, get user media for MDN does. I'm going to close Googly. that's wow. All right, so I'm gonna be right back. And so within default scenes, this is my canvas. Let's see. We're gonna do a default, above default scene. We're just gonna pop be right that at 10:30 right now. 10:45. AM EDT. Like boom, throw my little chat message into right in my source. Be right back at 10:45 EDT. See, if this was done, if Scene Lab, I could have a canvas going in my canvas here. I could have some awesome, crazy animation stuff. Here, I'll do it really quick. My audio cut out in my, from where I'm monitoring the stream from my phone. I think it was just my phone was, I think I was getting a phone call. So hold on really quick. I'm going to get a canvas animation really quick. This is how I use AI, is for the fun and goofy stuff, never real stuff. I need a patterned HTML canvas animation to throw in a canvas real quick. Hurry up. Hurry, because I need to take a break. No, I don't want the whole thing. I don't want the whole thing. Yeah, just give me the script. Oh, shit. The script. Hold on. The script is nasty. Hold on, I have to actually look at it. Did I close it? Yeah. Shit, hold on. We're gonna go. What do they call pattern canvas? My canvas is Scene Lab main canvas. Copy. Scene Lab main canvas. They spelled get element by ID correct. Okay. Save. Go to here. Bam, bam. The browser over here. Hard refresh. Yo. So, oh, display. There we go. That's sick and dizzying. But the point is, this could be a background because I have an HTML canvas in my Scene Lab default scene. Like, you could just pick this and it be a background, and you could have your camera up here and this, so you have your camera view, your like you put your whole scene in right here. As far as adding like your editor, and like this is not for like, oh, I'm gonna share VS Code and be able to share my whole window and display. This is for building out cool scenes with effects and having it as a source in OBS or other software as the browser tab is just another source. just like a scene, but you have the entire power. You have the power of the entire, all the web APIs. So I'm going to turn off video and audio. Be back. 10 minutes. All right, it's 10:48. Let me get a couple things. It's hot where I am. Audio there, camera there. Hey, display. Audio there, camera here.
Everybody put your hands up.
Coffee, water. It's almost too hot for coffee. Even adding like ice or like ice and milk. I mean, I'm in the air conditioning, so I'm not complaining, but you get some stretches in and stuff, you know. So, boom, editor is here. We're gonna get rid of our, I'm gonna leave our little script in here. We're gonna grab this script. Copy really quick. So I have a JS directory. We have Scene Lab. We're gonna do new file, and we're gonna do canvas default pattern anim.js. Select all. Copy the name. Enter. Paste in. Oh. Copy this again. Paste this in. Get rid of the script tag. And this is how you do this old school. Is like function arrow key, bam, and then comma, I want to say execute itself. Like, oh no, it's like this. No, it's like this. I forget what it's called, like self-invocating. Here, I'll look it up correctly really quick. It's MDN self-invocated anonymous anon function. The IIFE self-executing anonymous function. Yeah, so basically you have this. You have like this pattern. There. Yeah. Boom, just like that. Bam, bam, bam. And if you grab it, I grab all this. But there's probably stuff in here I don't like. And I think that if I put this at the bottom and call defer, let me copy this file name again. Copy relative path. I really don't want the whole path. Let me switch seems really quick. And try something. Let's see what this copy. Yeah, control there. We do that one. Save. Okay, so in here, I can get rid of this script. And down here, I'm going to say script defer source equals, what is it? It's just JS and the default have an anim.js. Switch back over here. I hard refresh this. Boom, I get my pattern. So let me verify by me delete the be right back. Save. Hey, so I could already make this an interactive thing if I had a be right back message, like as one of the tools, be right back. And it's going to embed whatever my be right back message is. So the very first tool I'm going to create, I'm so excited right now about this. The first tool is a button. BRB dash button. We're going to say ... BRB. I'm going to wrap this in, oh, so you have the column with, in Pico, div class equals grid. The div dot grid, bam. Grab this line, cut, move up. BRB. And we're going to call this a, I don't want to call it a heading, but it is a heading. We're going to do the text overlay. Text overlay. But here's the thing. There's the tool, create. So a create section, text overlays. And we're going to do, and that's going to generate code in the thing. And I guess this should probably end up having like a SQLite aspect, like local grid, text overlays. So this is in a div. These two. Right? I'm going to grab this. Boom. We're going to do text overlays. We're going to do create. I'm just going to do a new button. And this is going to be like a drop down of this is going to be like a button with that like expands a little list. We're just going to plop a to-do in here. To-do button drop down thing. Button drop down thing. But to start, we're going to do an ordered list of the one item that we have is a new text overlay, right? We have text overlays and you have create, which will be, hey, I want a new text overlay. when you hit BRB button, right, it's going to create a div. This is like on the fly awesomeness is what this is text overlays. You hit the button, you create you add it to default theme, and it's going to take parameters and adjustable things for whatever this overlay is. So here we're just going to do a div ID default overlay wrapper. And like, this is where text, default text overlay wrapper. Default text overlay wrapper, this is where default, this is where the text overlays land. Here, I can look at that. Three button drop down thing. This is create. Why do I have? So this creates a div. I know what I was saying. I know why I stopped there. Is create div with settings params via user via UI tools, right? Create a div with the settings param, like what size is it, where is it at in the thing. Create div with settings param, what color is it, what font, like on and on. Yeah. Create div with settings params via UI tools, via user UI, right? Comma. And append to default theme, default text overlay wrapper. And we're going to add this default theme, because maybe you don't want it in the default theme to ship. This default theme I'm going to do like this. So this really should go in the on the new create button. I don't know why I'm putting that up there, because like this is, I create my BRB button. So So create, here's the text, you get a form, it has all the things. Then if you want to edit that one, you just pull it back up. Like already, like here's a feature, to do button down thing, new text overlay. So I'm already seeing that there's going to be a handful of like reusable JavaScript functions for, like, I'll have this little like tiny little library for doing dynamic things, invoking like create element, append element, update, like remove one or copy it and reapply changes. So I have a BRB button. Let me go to here. So text overlay, BRB, create, new. Tools needs, what is tools? Scene Lab tools. Scene Lab tools, height, border, padding, I don't know, 20 pixels, save. Like in Pico already, I can just go div, go browser to the right of Obsidian. Reaper. Ooh. Oh, the height of this is it 25 VH. We're just gonna get rid of that. Bam. There you go. Great. And then I click text overlay. It gives me my thing. So first thing is I want to do BRB, and I want it to create, I want to click BRB and it do this and be like, put my message. And then next I'm going to do the thing where you hit, I want a new text overlay, and that'll probably be like the main thing that I do. And then video input, I realize while I'm streaming that I'm not going to be able to pull in my own camera. So I'm going to get a video file of that is like a virtual webcam as a media source. For get user media. I don't know if I turn off my camera, if it shuts off I don't think it does. If OBS is open, it's like there. So if I shut that one off and I shut this one off, the camera doesn't shut off. I'm sure there's a system thing for switching camera access between apps or something, but so I click this, I want to add my thing. So we're going into some JavaScript real quick, some vanilla stuff. So hey, I'm at 25 lines of CSS, a little bit of HTML with lots of space and some comments, not even 70 lines. Scene Lab, Canvas default. So we're gonna do const I hate to do something like SL tools. I'll just const Scene Lab tools is an object. And our first object, you have user created buttons, and you have like create new. So first, I guess I will do the create new button. So you click new, it expands the menu. You click text overlay, it gives you a, hold on. Click new. You click new and you get your the create menu. So like BRB is like I want to create a new text overlay, and that'd be like create menu, and I'd be like click new text overlay, right? And that's going to do the, this is for testing. You click in dev. We are going to just have this function for BRB is a function and when you create this text overlay, you're going to have things like you want an HTML element. When you click a text overlay, could be a text area. Hold on, yeah, text area where you can just type text and choose element type. Or like let's say you wanted a H1. Let's say H1, H2, paragraph, link, etc. And then you have like it's the font size is going to determine height kind of, but like you could have like, let's start with color, font, custom CSS. So you can have custom HTML and custom CSS, or you just type in your thing and select, like BRB is going to be, let's say, an H1. But to just keep going on some code pieces to this is message L equals document dot create element we're going to do create an H1. And so this is going to take in content, or it's going to take in like message, right? BRB is going to take text, and then we're going to do message element dot Do you want, just enter text? I forget which one's not safe or not. Equals the text. We're not doing single form. And then there are some globals. So when this all loads, we are gonna grab our, I gotta get this pattern right again. It's just boom, close, and then pull it. We're gonna name it's not gonna be an anonymous one. We're gonna name this we're gonna do this at the bottom. A knit scene lab. And then here we just here's where you do the self-invocating thing, is wrap it anonymous function. Boom, 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 arrow, boom, bam, and then bam at the end. And then within here, we do a knit scene lab. It's like maybe weird. It's been a while since I've done some like vanilla stuff like this, but that's like, it makes sense to me. So in a knit scene lab is, I want my default scene. I need somewhat global things to these. But the problem is within here, these variables aren't going to be available in scene lab tools here. So we're going to pause on that really quick. I just want to get somewhere here with we're doing it is we're doing some globals is for now I only need default text overlay wrap, right? Const default scene overlay. I'm doing a really quick helper thing. I've done this so many times. How do I always use it? Yeah. DOM equals this. Get element takes ID. Arrow function. It returns document.get element by ID. Comma. Get class. Do I even want to add it? No. Oh, this is how I do it. This is how I do it. By ID, by class. Grab this line, copy, boom, over, paste, home, up, back. Like class, we'll do name, get element by name, get element by class name. Save, jump down here really quick. Oh, I do want that. Oh yeah, I'm adding that in default string. I want it right here. Is dom dot by ID. So BRB text takes in, create the element, adds the text, and then default scene overlay got append child message L. All right. So when I click BRB, so this is just for testing also, is test BRB button. I put test because it's like a temporary thing. Dom dot by ID. Do I name this thing anything yet? I named it BRB button. This one, not BRB button. This one is create new button. This is why things like this vanilla simple DOM stuff, I don't know, I love it. I don't love it, but like clean slate, I can just write JavaScript. BRB button. And then like off the top here, this is anyone out there? I don't know if anyone's here, probably not. So test BRB button, add event listener, click, comma, function, arrow function, spam, and then we're going to call scene lab tool BRB with I don't know, test overlay BRB. Here you do comma false. Yeah. I forget the whole, it's overriding default event bubbling. I think that's right. Pulling that way from the back of my brain. Test BRB button, add a listener, click, scene lab tools, BRB. It's going to do that. It's going to create an element in our text, append message. And so next will be, you click new, you get a little menu. The first option, hey, I want a text overlay. User defines their text overlay with a little menu. You type your text, you choose your element type, boom, color font, all that stuff. So when a function like this happens, create's going to be in here. It's going to take a type, like it won't necessarily take it. It's just going to be like new text overlay. And that is going to take the form inputs, with your element type, or it's just the text with the stuff. But like custom HTML and custom CSS text areas can just inject those, or you like choose, like I want it to be an H3 of Comic Sans red. And so then in here, so create element is going to take, this is going to be an array of set params for like, I don't know, only like 5 things. And then create that element type. Now, this could be, if it's custom, this could just be like, take HTML. And if that HTML is just plain text, it's just plain text. But I'm keeping it simple for now, so I'm going to try this out. Let me pull up DevTools in case. Click BRB. BRB. Oh, I'm not loading. Hold on. SceneLab.js. I'm not pulling in this file at all. Script. Refer. Source. And hopefully, let me think, is down here, I don't think I have to do, I'm going to do this init SceneLab thing for like the defer, because I have these global DOM lookup, which that will go in init SceneLab. And like this whole thing will be wrapped and scoped within here. So the main UI, like elements and things, and the main wrappers around, you have default scene, an overlay wrapper for overlays. And an overlay is not going to just take text, it's going to, multiple things, and then you have the main canvas. For now, I'm going to do this. This is where text overlays land. This is the default canvas. Let's throw this stuff on one line. Save. All right. See if my button works. Yo. Now, oh look, it adds them over and over. Boom. Hard refresh. Boom. Ooh, why doesn't it work now? Oh, it just took a second. It was still deferring source. And this canvas had to kick off again. So boom, there's my BRB. So here's the thing. Now that if I create a new one, I'm not going to have this button, right? I'm going to do where I click what I've created. You know, it's like, here's what's active. You know, active stuff. We're going to do really quick in here. We want you know, active / creative items, created items. Active tool. And not necessarily active tools, it's like created stuff though. And I guess active things can be, you create something, it's active, but there can be defaults that are active too. So within here, you create a BRB button, you create a BRB over a text overlay, boom, here my text overlay gets added. And so I would do like, you know, it's going to be like an unordered list. List 1 is like text overlay 1. And so when you create this, you can name it, you can give it a custom name, like and give custom name. Just how you add a source to a scene, you can name that source and give custom name. So it's like the features are just what's the feature creep, like creeping in as I. So here active is my text overlay. My text overlay. So I click create button. I create a new text overlay. I name it. I give it parameters and stuff. After that's created, we're going to have a nested unordered list. We're going to say active, we're going to show or hide. We're going to have a show hide button, right? Does it make sense to have a list of buttons with buttons in it? I don't know if that's semantic. I don't know if that's correct HTML or not. But I'm doing list, show hide, list, delete. Delete will be last. List, edit. This whole thing right here is going to be its own JavaScript file that controls these little things. And when elements get created, they should get a unique ID. So in this create thing, create menu, create new text overlay. New user defined element. Why is new user defined elements via tools? Hold on. New user defined elements via tools. Get a generated DOM ID. You're going to want that to reference back to it so that there can be this set of like a handful of little functions that take in what element to point at. It's easy. Well, it's not. It's reusable. Let me say it's easy. It's easy to think about without doing this in like framework. All right, I'm thinking is I'm gonna look at more Pico JS stuff or Pico CSS stuff. Yeah, that's columns. If you need a light custom grid, you can look at grid generators, CSS grid generator. Nah, I don't want to do all that. Let's look at what they have in typography and stuff. So they just have defaults. They have like sane defaults behind some elements, you know. I don't like more blue buttons. Contrast and secondary. Ooh. We're gonna do class outline on our buttons real quick. That's why I jumped over there, like do something different really quick. Find button. I have 2 buttons. We're gonna bust one of these. Double cursor. Oh, I can't do a double cursor there, but I can do double cursor if I do this. Boom. Button class. Primary. Save. Okay. Back over to here. Boom. Hey, they're not outlined. Active. My text overlay. Show it, hide. Edit, delete. My BRB overlay. Work. And oh, it's not primary, it's outline. Right? Right. I compulsively like ADHD switch screens. I know. Sorry if it's like people messes with them. Undo. Okay. So I have these tools and stuff. What I want to get onto though is also, so if I build out text overlays, it proves out this whole like, I can create a text overlay, place it wherever I want, change the parameters when I go to edit it. What would be sweet is drag and drop stuff. Or I can, you know, hey, here's my default theme. I create a text overlay, like add it, like drag and drop it around. So just text overlays, the whole UI for it, everything could be like this big first main part of this. Like, you know, video is just in here, and I have textual elements or HTML like content. Boom, I have a content block. Here's its width and height. I'm going to drop it in here. And whether you add that to the canvas or not, I don't know. You just overlay it on the canvas. And then I guess dynamic z-index. Hold on. We got to go to too many thoughts. I thought I made a scene lab. I new note. I don't even have like a doc. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna do this on a new Obsidian note. I'm gonna do this on notes.txt. So you have user defined content via the tool. Example given, text overlay, just like this one, right? The last thing ever would be like a user defined tool, you know, itself. Add a new tool that does this thing. Like, add a new tool that's a script that interacts with the canvas. I'm gonna actually put that, like, add a script that is a user defined tool that interacts with either, I'm thinking further here, either the canvas or like uses the scene lab functions, because they're there, scene lab functions to to do things. Excuse me, coffee. So here we're going to do overlay. And here's where, really quick, is I can start taking some, like, I'm going to leave this comment. To do button drop down. I guess I thought I had more written here around this part, but okay, so I have a button. Save my note. Actually, I'm going to bust a small commit. Status, do a little git diff, bam. Why are there warnings? Oh, stupid Windows. That's why I'm working on getting this new Ubuntu setup on running on VirtualBox. Yeah. Why? Okay, updated software has been issued since 2504. But I just downloaded 2504 today. I guess the dependencies or the this stuff. Sure, install now. Hopefully this does. You know what? Cancel. I don't want my networking out from doing this to screw my stream up. It's still doing it after I hit cancel. Whatever. Test overlay, test overlay, test overlay, test overlay. BRB. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to use my test overlay and take a break because it's been an hour, 11:45, and back at noon. To refresh. Oh yeah, I didn't commit. Tools, notes, height stuff, added borders. Oh, it's like all this, like basically everything I've done, this stuff. I didn't see the script for. I didn't see the canvas script. Canvas default pattern. Oh, well, no. Default pattern anim isn't in. Oh, it's just source.js. I just haven't added it. Initial work on adding, okay, on UI layout and text overlay tool with test BRB button. Just the like, boom. Main, Control Shift tilde. Oh, I just did a new one. That's my Python running that one. I don't want that one either. And I'm thinking, so here I do test overlay. So next time between noon and 12:30, I want to be able to create my new BRB text overlay, edit it. I'm going to go on a break. I'm going to edit it real quick, put a new time, like BRB at user defined variables within their edit menu. Instead of just like editing the text every time, you could have like a dynamic user-defined text overlay. Anyhow, 12 noon EDT ... Save. Jump over to the right. Hard refresh. Close that. Hit my BRB at 12 noon EDT. I'm going to zoom in here like that and leave it. Oh, I'm sorry, Neha. I won't leave. I see that you're here. What's up? You've learned the basics of web dev and finished one small project. You want to focus on reading documentation like React and Django. So before reading on, what I'm doing is very vanilla JavaScript, and I could teach you things and show things and don't take what I'm doing as anything with that is like good practice or design. Figma. Yeah. Is this a good learning approach? Okay. Yeah, absolutely is. Absolutely is a good, you're on the right path. I'm building something for fun. So I've done a lot of enterprise dev and lots of languages, lots of frameworks. When I say enterprise dev, I mean like hundreds of developers working on massive systems, some new, some like 30 years old. So that's why for myself, I like spinning something up using like literally like an index HTML file, a JavaScript file where I'm accessing the DOM elements, adding my own event listeners. So what I'm building though real quick is in OBS, people who stream, you build your little scene. You have like what you see now is I'm sharing my whole display and I have my camera there. And there's all sorts of plugins and cool stuff you can do for that people have, like built into OBS for making like really cool effects. And in OBS, you can create, you just have a window like here you're seeing my whole display, but like I could stream just this browser window. This is a browser window. Like here, I'll switch to like here, there's the web page to the left of that, and then GitHub, this page, here's an MDN page for the docs on Get User Media. But so my plan here is like in OBS you create a scene with sources. So this is just going to be tools for like this page would be my stream. So it'd be like I'd have my video down here, and then whatever I am doing, or I could have like my whole video with all these crazy effects going on. This is the HTML canvas doing this pattern animated thing. So for example, I've been watching DJ streams lately and they have a lot of cool effects and things going on. And I'm like, okay, what if you had a canvas in the background and it's dynamic and it's scripted and it's doing all this crazy stuff and it's switching between things. So another purpose behind this and why I think it's cool is by having a scene that you add you add a window source to OBS. It doesn't have to be you just have this one window source that's a source in OBS, and you can build out this whole scene in the browser, and it gives you with the tools, you have this you have access to like everything you could do on the web. So you could new API call, show data over here, new pull in this, add some, and so I could build out within Scene Labs is what I'm calling it, Scene Lab, a bunch of defaults. People could upload and contribute their own scene backgrounds and canvas effects. I've had this in my head for a minute now, and I'm crawling through how it would work, and just building out these functions. Yeah, I will be right back. Now I'm going to change my we're going to bust this at for the 12 noon. We're going to say 12:05. Save. And this is the beauty too of like, people are like, oh, there's hot reload, auto reload when I'm during dev. It's like, dude, I changed the file, jumped to my browser, hard refresh, or just refresh, click my button, there's the change, you know? Like, bam, bam, change my code, save, back over, refresh browser. Like, I don't need the whole thing to build and then this and it, even if it's a fast hot reload, but so yeah, be right back. Alright, I'm back. That. This. It is hot where I'm at. Nice. I don't think anyone's here. Possibly. So, let me adjust this mic. Might be noisy for a second. Oh gosh, I'm gonna switch this song too. It gets really, well, it's about to stop. There we go. I'm getting my grounds of where, like, I have this train of thought that it's broken. Let me get a drink. Okay. Probably gonna go to about 1:30. I have to get outside, even though it's scorching out. Put on a lighter colored shirt. Scene Lab Tools is missing an E here. Quick notice there. And where do I call Scene Lab Tools? Right here. There we go. Save. And here's my BRB. Yeah. So next, you click Create New. You get a little menu drop down, right? I may add no, because it's all Tailwind. I don't want to use it. I was gonna say I may add Daisy UI this to have like some components, some functional things. I'm not gonna do that. It's as simple as possible. I have to check my phone. Damn, I hate that. It's like, your device setup is complete. There was an update, but check all was like, no, dude. Alright, so you click the new button. You're gonna get this little create menu, little menu. Okay. For now, I just want to be able to click for tests. Prove it out. I'm gonna click test text overlay. Like, boom, I click new, you get a little drop down of options. I click text overlay, I get my text overlay little menu, and I'm gonna try to bust that out real quick. And so the first thing I'm gonna do is you get two form fields. One is the element type, so paragraph or like H1, H2, H3, link. I won't do link yet. That's like the next little step of. Anyhow, create new. One of the things you create is a text overlay. What element do you want? What do you want the text to be? So this. So here, this little thing is gonna get an ID. New text overlay button. Well, it's not a button. Just, all right. New text overlay. New text overlay when you click it. So I hate to do this because these will all be contained in their own, like, it's going to be like tools UI, buttons, text overlay button, and then on a init scene lab, all this gets instantiated and they aren't these like global variables. So const text overlay. Hold on. Yes, new text overlay. Yeah. Call this stuff the same thing as I name it as new text overlay is dom dot by ID new text overlay. Here's my text, my test BRB button, new text overlay button gets called when I'm going to just start out this big block here, and we're going to say event listeners, because this is going to grow. It'll probably be in its own little thing. I'm going to grab this whole thing. Oops. New text overlay, add event listener. When you click it, we're going to call, I don't know yet, we really don't need a, I don't have to use this. I can just call the function because I don't think I need a message or an argument here. So you have BRB text. Eventually these comments will go away, but for myself for now, it just keeps me sane. I mean, it's only what I have 50, not like 30 lines of JavaScript here, but new test overlay, new text overlay. Create text overlay. And eventually, this is really probably going to be like new overlay. And actually, for now, like starting off, I'm just going to call it that. New overlay, and it'd be like type, you know, what type of overlay is it? I need a comma after this. So this is all in my Scene Lab tools. So Scene Lab tools.brb button. Click the button, thing happens. New overlay dot. So what you hear, we want to. Here's the thing. I could have this form that lives in the HTML. I don't think I want that. I want to create a new one. And this text overlay that gets created and the form ID, they share this, like, they don't share an ID, but they share like, so I create it, the text overlay gets this like ID, but then I click edit, it brings up the same form of the same ID, like that element exists. Excuse me. So I really don't need a form either. Semantically, yes, it's a form, but what I need, and I don't want to be like, oh, bring up a box, hey, create text overlay, like create each little element. And make a copy. So let me just make the thing. I'm just gonna make the thing really quick. My text overlay, show, hide, edit, delete, right? And this is, okay, div text overlays. Like, this is the text overlay tool. Create text overlays, right? This is like the create column. Then you have active tools. So in between here, we're going to do div ID. Tool inputs container. Before I do anything, I'm grabbing tool inputs container, dropping it in here as some CSS, and tool inputs container is going to be a width of like 200 and like 300 pixels for now, and a height of like 150 pixels. Like, this is not going to stick at all. I just want something on the screen. And the border for these are going to be EEE. And I still type 333 again. EEE. So if I click that and I want to create the element, or anyhow, I'll get there, is within here I'm going to do is it correct HTML to just have inputs with like hanging out willy dilly, or however you say it? We're going to do well, it should be a form, because then you can dynamically say value of this, value of that, you know, a label. So the label can be the user-defined name of the text overlay. Let's start it off right, is because it's just going to make sense. It's going to end up that way. Don't you do, if there's no form action, like, you know what? I take that back. We're not doing a form, because there's reasons. For now, we're doing input. And so, okay, if you can choose your HTML element, like this should be like a little list, like choose my element, label for equals this is going to change so much. Element type, name. See, to use name and, all right, form, no action. Label for equals element type, input name, is equals element type. This is why I didn't want to do an actual form. Element type equals text. I'm losing focus on even just this little bit. So just text, overlay text, we're calling it. Overlay text. Overlay text. HTML type. Which this is totally going to change. It can just be like, you're going to have text, but you could choose to wrap it. You're going to have a text area in here. You're going to have a, text area custom HTML, text area custom CSS. Just inject that. That way, I don't have to create also like dynamically the HTML and inject it and all those elements and things. Anyhow, for this one though, what's your text? Right? And for fun, we're going to do, I think my phone's ringing. We're going to do color. You do background, you do opacity stuff. This is where it gets, you have all these parameters. You get the form, the pop up with the tool, the overlay, text overlay tool. This is not input type text, really. This can be, what is the color picker? Yeah. Thank you, VS Code. I forgot that you just type color. We're going to do I think I do want to make a class name that is like, tool input container. The thing comes up. So tool inputs container is actually like all this form is going to be like, boom, injected into here. Because I'm not going to have every tool input type form in here, but this is where they're going to land and be displayed. Form tool UI menu. This is a tool UI. This is a tool menu UI title class. See, I know it's crazy, but when you get so many little things, like you name it like that the first time, tool menu UI title. It's like you know exactly what that is, where they're all at, and each there's a tool menu. Here, actually, we're creating new tool controllers. Tool controls UI title. And here we're going to call this one text overlay. And I have notes on here. This creates a thing, it gets an ID and all that. And so this form is going to have, like, it gets created, it gets a matching, like, class or ID that pops up again. And actually, these form classes are going to be tools, controls, UI, form, like a base style class. And just so, I collapse that into and grab both of these, go to my style CSS, tool inputs container. We're going to do comment is I like, it's 2 stars here. I know. Cooling UI. Paste. The reason I did that is just so I can do, I don't know, avoid weird ass typos, you know, and then dot, boom, boom, dot, boom, boom, save. It's yelling at me, don't have empty styles. For fun, for the title, just real quick, I'm gonna do font variant. We're gonna make no, text decoration. Italics, right? Is it font? Yeah, font variant, right? Italic. Why is I'm having a 2008 brain fart, I guess, maybe. Save. For now, my little form. Yeah, here's your type. Here's your text. I swear I set this as this height as thing. The text overlay. Here's your type. Here's your text. Oh, color is down here, hidden behind the canvas. This is because my default scene is. Oh, wait. Just get rid of the height on the tool input container. And then minimum height on default scene is 90 VH. So I can pretty much get rid of that now. And the canvas doesn't have, it has a min height, but color picker. This is huge. So right away, wait, I'm zoomed in, so I like the bigger UI. If I were to it's so these forms, right away, I just want to fix, nothing's broken, but UI title, tool inputs container, we're going to do in tool input container, we're going to say that the font size is like 0.7. I don't know, rems or ems. Here, I'll test it in real quick. Is boom, boom. Font size 0.7 ems. Yeah, I like that better. But if I do REM, I'm just sticking with ems right now because of where it's related to with the reset from Pico CSS. I just don't know. So like I have that in there, refresh, boom, good. Then zoom a little bit more, close this. Love how it looks. So I zoom a bunch, my columns start breaking and like overflow stuff. I hit Control P. Let's do it again. This is a nice form. happy little form. Control 0 there, and then so I need a button on my form, and that's going to create my text overlay. Take the and here's the thing. This form when I click new, I need a new one of these with a class name. So I need this idea of, all right, this is going in notes. Like, this is defined in some, I don't even want to call it a data structure, but data of like a text overlay form has this list of elements that does this, that has this functionality. And instead of, I can more dynamically have a smarter function that can take in any type of or similar tool control UI forms, generate this HTML, insert it, give it a dynamic class names for like a form with a related button. So this is why just stepping through this more manually from the start. Button class is equal to we're doing new text overlay button the same way that this BRB button, yeah, works. Create new button. Oh, and create new button already needs its like thing. So I kind of want to make create new button pop this thing up and have mobiles. I won't go there yet. I'm going to get some basic things down. My goal is to like, yeah, boom, have text overlays, then add the video, and like where like today by sometime later or tonight, I can have, yeah, it was a spam call. I can like actually stream from and on the thing that I'm actually working on. New text overlay. So for now though, I want this. And so you click new, you get this form. You scrape the thing, and then it also gets added to the active section. This chain of things. So new overlay. It's going to call text overlay. That's my new text overlay button. This is when you click new text overlay, right? This should show the form. So, okay, for now, I'm doing this. Tools control UI form. Text overlay form. Yeah. I'm gonna throw this in here I hate to, but new text overlay. Hold on. When you click this, it's going to look up text overlay form 0. I have to step through this and just bust this out really quick so I don't lose. I get it established, then I can like make it reusable and dynamic. So this one we're doing dom.byClass this thing, text overlay form 0, home const form equals that, form dot style. I don't know if a hidden is a style or a attribute. Is it first? No. Yeah, attributes dot hidden. Well, let's just give that a shot really quick. Oh, create, click this one. And I probably have a maybe a quick listener on this. List new text overlay. Let me move the HTML file now. That's weird. Okay. New text overlay. It grabs that ID. And then here, new text overlay, click, hidden, head in, insert, hidden, save. I have to just do a sanity check, console log, save. Switch that to here, refresh, click text overlay. What? Oh, unexpected token at it's in the HTML. I forgot how I did that. Or well, no, it's in. It's in the form. Hold on, I'm being really stupid here. Is line 45 of StreamLab.js. Yeah, look. There's my log. Boom, 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 boom. All right. The hidden false thing doesn't work, So I'm gonna have to have a show hide thing anyways. Yeah, that set attribute form dot set attribute hidden. You just pull this stuff out. Value string. Does it have to be really? Can I just say false? Is it? Yeah, you just pull this stuff out of it. It's like you understand how the DOM works. And new. That doesn't work. I don't get a syntax error on this not being a string. Hidden is false. Save, back to over, refresh, click it. Where's my form? So let me see what I am. Form equals this. Well, look, I got a space right there, and index doesn't find the form. It's not going to tell you. Do a little inspect. Back to tools. I'll zoom. Click that. Tool inputs container. Form hidden equals false. Oh, it did change it. It's just not gonna, the DOM isn't gonna pick that back up, right? So now, for now, I just kind of want to get rid of, well, we're going to do style.display. And I'll have like some switcher thing that I can use universally everywhere. So we're not going to do this. And we are going to do, by default, they are text overlay form, UI, text controlled UI form. All of them are just display none. And then for display, yeah, inline block, or initial or something. But we're just doing none, and then switch to this, and we're going to say form.style.display. Computed style map, no. Style dot. I'm not even hitting tab. I'm just dot. I'm just hitting dot. Form.style dot style escape dot display. It doesn't want to let me do it. Equals. Let's try. No, we're doing inline block. The default for this would be inline block, I think. Yeah. Click this. Style display inline block. It's still hidden. Get rid of hidden. So all forms get tools controlled UI form, and then with a then a second class that defines what the tool name is. Makes it fine for me for now. Boom, there's your form. Refresh. Text overlay. Hey, I get my text overlay form. Here's my button that doesn't say anything. So let's make the button create and new text overlay button on click within here. New overlay. I am going to call this new text overlay because I could have like, oh, new overlay, and then it takes this dynamic type and then on and on. Hi, Chloe. If you're still there. Sorry I missed you. At 12:40. Yeah, I missed you. I'm sorry. Dang it. Sorry at low. I'm so bad about that. Like, all right. So you call new text. My form. I already have my form, right? I grab it here. Let's get rid of this log. Text overlay form 0. Even though I'm like, so you click that, it grabs the form that was already created, which, you know, really you're going to create this form. Do I need a new text overlay form? Like make new text overlay form function? Scene Lab tools, we're doing this, is UI form. Text overlays is a object, is a UI forms is an object, and text overlays is okay, forms. Overlays is an object. And then you're going to have text overlay, which is a function. And what needs to happen is all this needs made. So we're going to paste in our form, and we're going to comment it out. So I have it. And we're going to go to the top, and we're going to do a create element class. Create L. And create L can take IDs and class names. It's going to take this like map of IDs and then an array, a string that is the whole class name. It could have multiple. So create_L can take a type, ID, classes, and it returns. This makes life so much easier too. Document dot create element, document dot create element, type, const L equals that, L dot ID equals ID, classes equals classes, L dot class name, L dot you don't want it to be, is it gonna pick it up class names dot I forget, but I know that this is a weird one here. Not weird, but we're gonna start off just by class name equals classes, but it needs to be different. It needs to be set and append, for class names. So I have to test this real quick. Is if I call dom.createL, so I'm gonna abandon this UI forms overlays text overlay function real quick, and just in here say new text overlay. I'm gonna call dom.createL, and I'm gonna just, it's an H1 with test ID, and then in here for classes I'm gonna be like class 1, class 2. Basically this should take an array, just instead of this string of class names, even though it becomes class names. New overlay equals that, and then within here I can just use my default scene overlay message again for the BRB text. Copy, paste, boom. Dot append element new overlay, and there's not going to be here. I will do new overlay dot inner text. Have to p inner text equals test new overlay. But the point is that within overlays, text overlay, to create each one of these, I can call create element, and then append as I need. So when do I call new text overlay? Am I calling it yet? New text overlay is that. New text overlay out of event listener. This can't be called new text overlay. This is well, it is. I need to do. New text overlay is just this is the button. Actually, that should be the on click. This is the list item that gets clicked. So it's like display form shit. So really this new text overlay brings up the form. This should call new text overlay button will call this just displays the form. I have to do it like this to start. Is this new text overlay just to, you know, get a base that looks for the button. And then we add an event listener here. Where you click that one, you no longer you don't do that, and you don't do that. You call Scene Lab Tools, new text overlay. I have too many things named new text overlay, but this one is the button. So really, this is the text overlay form. Show it. Scene Lab Tools, new text overlay. That's what it's doing. It's creating, because you're clicking and you're clicking create. And while we're at it, we're going to do create text overlay. Create text overlay button. Save. Go to here. Create. Create. New text overlay button is that one. Great. Just to show you, change the name in 4 places. I think that was Scene Lab Tools. Create text overlay. Save. And create text overlay is going to call my new overlay dom.createL, which is really what I want to test right now, is just this. And then intertext, new text overlay, default scene overlay, a Pinshaw new overlay. This function does not, so UI form is going to create the form and display it. This one right now, and so this will call the link. Hold on. This will call UI forms dot design on the fly, UI forms dot overlays dot text overlay. UI forms dot overlays. By the time I run to the bathroom and back, I wouldn't realize it, like in this like little zone of puzzle. Or this will call UI forms dot overlays dot text overlay, right? And not do this. And then Scene Lab Tools, create text overlay. Boom, create the text overlay. Test new overlay. Yeah, that's what it's gonna output. I'll be happy if I get so if I click this, It doesn't display my form anymore, does it? I probably have, yeah. Line 7 of script. Alright. No, create text overlay button. Create text overlay button. Create text overlay button. New text overlay. Add event next one. Yeah, I'm getting a whoop. I have a typo. 31. Oh, on create. Create text overlay button. I can't find this element. It's right there, but class. There's my form. If I just click create, I'm not even getting any of these values yet. It should output test down here. Whoa, what just happened? It did. Wait. Did it? Just wait. It's a form and it's trying to submit. Hold on. Let me switch to this. I forget how to do it. Prevent default. Yeah, I don't want to submit. That's why I didn't want to use the form element. MDN. I'm searching MDN really quick. I forget. You know, it's event.prevent default. Like, I don't want to even have to have a reference to the form itself. Can you inline an attribute on form? Is it? Hold on. Dang it, I do not want to be stuck on that. He's Russian. I mean, I'm going to be grabbing this text overlay form. Am I? new text overlay is this, right? New text overlay. No, it's text overlay form. Unsubmit. Prevent default. I hate to have to do this, but just to be quick, test form by ID. Did I even name it with ID? It's just a class. Tools controls UI form. I referenced the button, but not the form itself. Well, I'm just gonna do it like this. By class, span 0. Test form. We're doing a scratch section. I hate to even have to do that, but that's how you do. Scratch. Test form. Because these really shouldn't be forms. It should be like more of like, oh, it's this UI object that add event listener, submit. We're gonna do just, I think you can just do like this, like just put false for the first a little. Freaking false, make it false. There. Parameter 2 is not a type object, right? And then false. Like I'm executing false, and then this is to not bubble or whatever. I think I don't know if that's like a hack. Definitely a hack. Parameter 2 is not of type object. We're going to do this. Return false. And then false. Save. Now it's just an empty function that returns false. There we go. There's my form. If I click create, it doesn't submit. Did it refresh? Oh. Really, I need to do event. So it takes E. And then E dot prevent default. E is, I actually have to call this. Yeah. It can't set properties of undefined setting inner text on. Okay, so it didn't submit, and it's trying to call my my function now. Back to here, flipping around is yeah, this is just a scratch me, save. So test form. We're calling scene lab tools, create text overlay. It's saying that it can't set inner text on right here. New overlay. So this fails. Create element failed. That's what I wanted to test. So good. create L. Boom, 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 boom. We're doing a log really quick. Console dot table of our new overlay element. Save over to. I really need to move these windows next to each other. Save it. Quarter second every time, right? So boom. Undefined. Why is dom.create element not you know why? I never return element. Save. That's exactly what I wanted to test. In there. Create. Dude. Testing overlay. Testing overlay. Testing overlay. Create. And so I have my form, and this form value is I'm so excited. I type that in there, and I give this, I think that my form is global here, test form. Yeah. I think test form dot why is this value input? Why is the console so like acting so crazy? I don't know. It's a good break time. So BRB. I hit BRB. BRB at this test overlay. Do a hard refresh. Go and change my BRB test code to back at 130. BRB. All right. Oh, and I've been on editor this whole time, and I haven't been switching back and forth. But wasn't a lot there anyway. All right. Yeah, it's only 1:21. Oh, hold on. I have to grab my coffee. Okay. Um, 2 o'clock is going to be my cutoff for myself. My goal is now I'm going to be able to click create new. I'm going to click this button and I get a little list of choices. Currently the only choice of what to create, text overlay. So I choose text overlay. I get my new text overlay form. Boom. Test new overlay, right? Shows up in my default theme. Test overlay should display absolute relative to default scene. So you need the top left corner of default scene plus where the user wants it within default theme. Because like this whole thing is going to be full screen when you're not in your tools. So I don't know if I want to mess with positioning. What I want to start with is what type of element it is, the text value, the color value, so the input names. So here you have test form dot namespace URI. Input. It's values, right? On forms. So like value of type. Let me do something real quick. I'm going to switch to this editor, display editor view, and I'm going to drop this here. If I go here, I'm going to drop this back over here. Now, these two are next to each other. Okay. I just rebooted my other laptop. Control page up and I go to my full camera view. Index, name, element type. I keep backing from my mic. I have to pay attention to that. Did it really just... Oh. Oh, I realize that you can't see what I'm doing. I have to switch the scene. I'll probably have this wrapper function around handling form input also. And also forms have like encoding types and things, just things. And you can have like autocomplete attributes on there. Yeah, I mean, these are just inputs, but like from a form element, I guess I could get rid of the whole form. This is why I didn't want to go with it. It does bring up some like... Well, no. Yeah, like form data. So like here, if I look at, I'm just looking at the correct, like the valid way to do this. Where's my app go? There we go. Scene lab. I'm over here. Is test form. This global here. I'm really crashing. Is it just get? Element type? No, it's dot value. Yeah, value of, and then, and what is value of it? I can't believe I'm just like, yeah, a wrong, like raw form, just good old. If you just call value of, it gives you the whole element. Does value of take any arguments? I don't want IDs for, because this has to be dynamic. It's get attribute names. No. If you call that, it's like you get everything. Oh, it has class and style. I'm just not thinking right about this right now. Is because what I want is form data. Get all. Yeah, I need a form data object, and then hang on. Entry. It's a control UI form, test overlay form. I just need some better Google food here. Yeah, form data.value. Does a form have to have multi-part form data to receive the attribute? I can't believe I'm stuck on this. So form data is a attribute of form. It's an event on form, like submit, not an attribute. Valid state. So I'm looking at the correct way to do. Dot name. I mean, and as an action, which I deleted its action, but then called prevent default on it. There's something funny here. The form controls. Form control. Yeah. Name equals that and that. It's got element. And then element dot value. I hate that. So there will be like a wrapper around this whole idea. You go back to display. And test form dot element. There's my input. I have 3 inputs. So 0, 1, 2. So I'm just going to get rid of that real quick. Come over here. So hey, create text overlay button. It sounds like you're creating the text, the button. You're adding. So anyhow, create text overlay. It's called. We're doing new overlay equals that. Test new overlay does come through. So here. So this is element type, the H1, and then an ID for class name. And I don't even have ID or class names. I'm gonna generate those, right? And not have it be a user input. Okay, so first of all, you click the button, you get user. We're just going to say it's a user item, right? It's a scene item. It's a user scene item. User scene item ID is date dot now like straight up just date dot now for now. Item ID here, and I know it's a user scene data item. Undo, hold on, line, copy, comment out, over here, paste. I just want to do this really quick. ID is date dot now. New overlay is that. And then I have 0, 1, 2. So, or by name, element type, and the text. The type, the text, the color. Let me do a quick check on sanity check here. Let's change this to here. Pull up elements. Yeah, I can call the names by, you don't have to do 0, 1, 2. Elements.color dot value is the hex. Yes. So ID equals that. Test ID was the type. Type equals I'm creating this element. I need to reference my form that is calling this, which is test form. Interesting. It's going to be like really interesting how it's going to work, because you're going to create a new text overlay and you have this like form that's there. So when you want to re-edit it, it pulls that one up. And so you're going to have an ID to that form. Okay, so form equals test form. Type equals form dot elements element dot element type element type dot value. Overlay text. The overlay text. You know it's an overlay. You're in within create text overlay. Text is form dot next element sibling element sometimes autocomplete and so escape element dot. I know what I want there. Thanks. I'm trying not to look back and see what I named the damn thing. It's right there. I just overlay text. That value. Color. Form dot element dot color dot value. All right. So on this particular one for create text overlay, it's like this config that's going to end up happening is we create the element, we set the inner text to, so when we create element here, we're going to do type, and then instead of test ID and class 1, class 2, ID equals date.now to string. I think I have to, yeah, it's a date object. So dom.create type, we're going to say ID, ID, and we can give this a here we can do dollar and we can do here our ID, right? And then it's a text overlay. Right? So you have it by, it has a unique ID, it has a class name with that ID in it, with the text overlay class name. New overlay dot inner text is equal to text. New overlay dot style dot color is equal to color. Save. And like before I move out of this, I'm just gonna put in here position X, position Y in relation to bounding box of scene, right? Like basically this is gonna have to, and then it's gonna also have need an a Z index for ordering. Who knows? Maybe you want stuff. You might want opacity. Just for fun, while I'm here, let's do color. Let's grab this line, copy, BG, BG, save, jump to index.html. We're gonna grab this, copy, paste, BG, save. Here comes the truth. Is take the overlay, set our styles and stuff on it. Boom, from this. See if it gets that correct ID. Then when you click edit and you create this, it can hide that form or delete it, but store it in a way. And then it's declared. Why is this declared? But oh yeah. And then you click edit, it pulls up the same form again. You could even do on change in it. You could have the thing on screen and it on change of this value changes the value of this thing. And there's going to be some weird copy. This background color. Look, I'm still at only 80 lines of JavaScript 78, and look, most of it's this stuff. It's so easy for now, but for what I want to make. All right, so I have a new one. Type, I want it to be an H1. Test, new, H1, overlay. Color, we're going red with, no, it's still Christmas. I know it's just a test, but yeah. And you know, these overlays can have like some, I can in the CSS default value that I could start with, but hey, I clicked create and hit create again. Oh, no console error, and I'm getting so that's cool. So let's debug this manually a little bit. I'm on an H2, test me H2. We'll just do like that. We're gonna do like a hot pink background. When I click create, look at this, what's done. I have a feeling yeah, there's no text. Is hey, look, the color set to just it works. It's all it is Scene Lab tools, create text overlay. It's this. Oh, no, it's this. It's CG color. Save. Back. Refresh. Up. Text. Well, let's make it an H. Let's make it a. It won't have an href, but like, let's make it a link element. Boom. Do some magenta stuff again. Okay. Uh-oh. It's just, oh, because it's a link, there's no, we're going to do H1. Test overlay. There we go. Oh, hey, I made it form. Nope, I just hit the mic. Sorry. Let me get a sip of coffee and think here. So, I'm like here, I want to make a new text overlay. I click new, I get a little menu. Hey, I want new text overlay. So I get my little text overlay thing. I want it to be paragraph element, paragraph. This is a nice paragraph. And see, the whole UI for this thing, this text is way too big. Well, if I zoom out all the way, Control 0, this is a nice paragraph overlay, but I would want this to like, this wrap, it's going to come up, you have like, I can have a text area that's like You can use HTML in or raw. And then for HTML type, this should offer a little drop down of element types. But there's certain things like the function that makes the overlay. If it's an overlay that has a link in it, do you give someone, like, can you create a link overlay? Because there's certain elements, as I'm creating them in code, the attributes are all different. Anyhow, stuff to think about, but without getting like too, far into the weeds. So paragraph, this is a nice paragraph. So anyhow, I create this. This is a nice paragraph overlay. It gets its class text overlay. It has its ID. The next thing that should happen, if there's not an error on creation, is this active section, or just whatever active is. Whatever I name this, okay, I want to name my text overlay. That name gets put into this active block. And so let's say I have 5 different things I created. I click it, you get the form to edit it, or to show, hide, edit, delete, just as like this. You get this after this is created. So I then have like an instance of this UI for this form, and if I click, you can't create another one of this because you already have one. You can't just go create. Just the option won't be there. I'm just thinking through is I already have I think I can get rid of the, well, no, I want the new button. I can get rid of my BRB button thing. Yeah, I can get, what's cool is I am going to get rid of test BRB now, is BRB button. Let's just clean up. So this is just create. Save that. In the scene lab here, we have BRB button, default text overlay wrapper, BRB button, gone, and BRB right here. So I'm going to text this. This is all I'm started to do with the BRB. User-defined elements via tools to get a generated DOM ID, texture. I've done that. That color font, custom CSS. I could add fonts another time, and like all sorts of cool things, like attach element effects, right? User scene item ID date.now. Screw trying to use user scene item ID. There's have form is my test form. Okay, so here's the next step though. Well, no, wait. I do want to add this to my active section before I start doing the UI form overlay, text overlay, and generating this. What's interesting though is some of this I won't have to call ID on form here, because the ID of the text overlay and the class are going to come from form. And even if somebody created 100 items in a scene, and there has to be 100 forms laying around, big deal. So let me think about this. So I don't want to start creating new forms yet. I want to get this whole active thing working, active stuff. Really, it doesn't, active isn't the thing. It's this section, tools container. But then once I do the generation, like this form will be generated dynamically, and then it will add to the tool inputs container. And we'll figure out what that looks like another time. But I'm trying to get the full circle, create it, boom, form, add it. It goes to active. When I click active, it gives me the form again. And then edits on change. And then for text overlays, doing positioning. That's not too tough to do. Gosh, it's 2 o'clock. I said I was going to stop at 2 o'clock. I'm going to keep going. Active tools, active my text overlay, show, hide, edit, or delete. So let me think. Something I want to add right away is give the user the option to name this. Like name your text overlay. Give me a name. And then we're going to say input type equals that, type equals that, but like default equals right, default value. I think that's how that works. Like for this one, we're just going to say text overlay. No, you do value equals that, and then placeholder equals that as well. I think. I don't know why I've had the sidebar open this whole time. Okay. Name here. Overlay name. Overlay name. Save. Here we go. Form ID. Type. Line, copy, up, tab, paste, back, home, name, overlay name, overlay name. Did I do? Yeah, I totally did that. And it looked funny to me. Is this camel paste the word the name overlaid overlay. So when this is created, you know, like in displaying the overlay, well, of course, the name here isn't this. This is for when we save, it's not really saving. We add it to active, we have the name. You look up this form's ID once it's created down here. But prior, or with this code, UI forms, overlays, text overlay, generator form. For this test setup one, overlay name dot value, yeah, and so under in here when this all happens. Right now there's no state around what's active or not. So I do have the name. So we're gonna add to, we append default scene overlay. This completes the adding of the overlay. And then we're gonna say the active section, which we don't have active section right here. There's only going to be like one or two more, you know, these will all be wrapped. All this will be wrapped. We don't have, so ID active tools. We don't have active tools yet. So test form and create overlay text button aren't going to exist all the way. So new text overlay is gonna kind of be there. I'm just giving myself some space here to so this one's gonna be active tools with the active tool section, and you have a UL with this you have active tools, but I know. Active tools is fine for how it is now, but really this unordered list should be like, have this. Do we want to append list items? We want to append this. Oh, and you know what? I just saw there's a problem here. Unordered list has a list item here, but then another nested unordered list. What I want it to be like is, here, give custom name. I don't need that comment anymore because I just added list. What I want is, probably gonna really break the layout possibly, but is like this. I have a list of unordered lists. And so this is going to be like overlays. And then this one's going to be like overlay ID equals da 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 da, my text overlay. So do I create all this now? And I mean, I guess. For now, I kind of want to do overlay. This is getting hairy here. So first of all, just dom.byId is overlays, active tools. Active tools. So then within active tools, when at the end of this, after I append the overlay, active tools dot append child, right? So right here, so this form creation is going to happen. Set this stuff. Text overlay happens here. Here it's going to be UI forms, overlays, text overlay. Do I really want to, because these are like, user called functions, not utility like things. And this is just for overlays. So here, UI form, overlays. After overlays, which is here, you have active. And I don't really want to call it active. It's going to say scene. We're going to call it scene item. No. Created scene item. Created panel. Okay, it's going to be created panel, which is an object. Created panel is going to do an item UI. Yeah, created panel with an item ID. No, I'm not calling it item. A created panel. The created panel has function. And this is a created, you have like overlay, a created item, a created asset, a created, it's like an entry point. You click on the thing, you can edit, create, delete. You can the form that gets created, you can have an edit delete button after it's created, added to it, and not have. So I should keep it simple for now. You have a created panel. and we're creating the item UI here. And what is it going to accept? It's going to accept a form. A form ID. And you interact with that. So like I created a text overlay. Now I want to do something with it. I want to modify it. I want to use it. So the created panel is what I created. Is where my stuff is for my scene. Sources? No. Not sources. Item list. I hate to just call it list. Because the lists going to be different? I don't, yeah. Make list. Add item. Add item. There we go. That's really, an item is its name. Edit, create, build. Add item is a function that takes an ID and active tools for now, overlays. ID equals text overlays. I don't like doing it like that. This is where all text overlays will go, right? But and I'm not even going to do, hold on, list UL my text overlay. This isn't right. So, because I was starting to think like, it could be made simpler. I like the layout of this, but I could just have one list of each. No, I have to see this next to the code. So I'm going to add an item, and again, I want to create a form. This is going to be create overlays, create text overlay form. This is actually quite different than what it's going to do here. So you click one new one, I get a form. Right? And then this one's job is create, created panel, create add item. Created panel, add item. Sure, I'm just going to stick with it. It takes an ID and does that. And all I'm going to do is grab my text overlays, active tools, text overlays gets all of this injected with the name, and then show or hide, edit, and delete. That's what's up. So this gets ID equals. So I want to append to text overlay. Yeah. So active tools, just this is a little crazy, and I'm gonna make it different as just started on this today. Is active tools text overlay. So new text overlay, then I have like text overlay. I'm not going to name this under list to created text overlays. Created text overlays. It's like what it's all it's this list of spell it right. Yeah. Then down here. I started with active tools, right? So I want to call created panel. I want to call UI forms created panel add item. And I'm going to pass in ID in here. That item takes an ID. And I'm going to call hey, the microphone. I'm going to call created text overlays dot append not button created text overlays dot append child. I don't have an element yet. I'm gonna do really quick and dirty. P equals dom dot create element. Boom. Its type is a P. I have to P with ID of ID that's passed in here, and then I don't need a class. And that, but then p dot inner text here is I need name. I need name. Yep. Then what the user is named their thing. End it. So every time I create one, it should show up as a new paragraph under that thing. See if I'm missing. Something. Almost 2:30. Goes to show you, it's like you plan on get one thing done. I was gonna do the Ubuntu setup on VirtualBox, new Ubuntu setup. I'm gonna clear this console. Overlays, my text overlay. Now if I click text overlay, I click on text overlay, doesn't work anymore. From my form. Oh, test BRB button is not defined. Sweet, good to remove more code. There we go for this advanced listener. Save, bam, bam. The default is text overlay. Heck yeah, it's gonna be an H2. The text is gonna be heck yeah. Heck yeah, my overlay is now inactive. It's gonna be a background color. You gotta have fun. Pulling like that. Can I access P before initialization? Look, my app is over. Yeah, heck yeah, my account active. So then it reaches here and it can't get to it. Is it just a weird ass race thing? Because I have a race condition thing. Because can I access P before notification? Is it that the let me just look at it again. Test H1. Text is that. I see. I mean, I think this has to do with the flow of the execution. I've never seen, I guess I have seen this before, but yeah, what if you don't enter a actual HTML tag also? There'll be more. This is going to end up being 2 panes of. So yeah, I can't access view before initialization. So I'm create my element. Is this failing? And let's do I don't even care about it showing up X2. That's just, yeah. Let me do a sanity check here. Line 95. Oh my gosh. Look, I have P and then ID and then this. It's ID and name. It's ID, name. Oh no, because this is create element. Type. Oh, I know what I forgot what I was even trying to accomplish here. I want to create a paragraph element with that ID, with that. I don't need that anymore. Save. My overlay is H1. Heck yeah. And we're gonna name it new overlay FY. Heck yeah, heck yeah, heck yeah. And then undefined. Okay. So undefined is add item. I never even call add item. Wait, I do. Right here. With ID. And I'm saying that add item takes an ID and a name. Why? Okay. Refresh. Maybe an H2. Whoa. There we go. Great. And they're not being added. Oh, I didn't give it a name value though. So now I've had one. Oh, there it is. There it is. So there was just a bunch of empty strings getting appended over here. Or here's the item, there's the item, there's the item, there's the item, there's the item. So now under here, I can click on each one. And start building out a UI. I think that calls it for today for me. I am going to go back in and YouTube this up and VOD this up, edits. This is the start of Scene Labs. Let's see what I can name the repo. Scene Lab. Real quick, we're gonna do the status. I'll go back in and clean up, but right now, great progress. Whip on text overlay and initial scene lab UI and code org git push origin main. Peace out.